Hello, and welcome everybody. It's been a while. Sorry I wasn't streaming last week. I was busy feeling sick and preparing the new server setup, which I couldn't stream, unfortunately. But yeah, in short, what do we have? We actually have a new cluster. One second. How do I do this? Get to open the tunnel. There we go. Hello, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. How are you doing? But yeah, we are almost there. It's actually working right now, so I can actually do so I have actually the server running right now. It's running on the proper setup, on the proper server. I think almost everything's ready. I'm doing some final checks on that, but I still need to implement a few things. Doing great. Glad to see the server infrastructure is coming well. Yeah, it's actually looking good. I really like how it turned out. But yeah, I'm still a little bit clumsy, let's say that, with Kubernetes. I still need to learn it a little bit deeper. Because yeah, what I'm trying to do on Kubernetes with this setup is completely different from what I used to do previously. Almost ready to push it to prod. Yes. So basically right now what I have is the old server is currently running on the old hardware server. So the game server software is currently running on the old hardware server. And in parallel to that, I have a completely new hardware server sliced on virtual machines. And this new setup is running on a new infrastructure deployed to that new server. I even tried to restoring the game from backups. It's actually working great. I'm almost ready to deploy it. It's just I'm a little bit cautious. I want to play with it for a few days and do some final fixes. But I think this weekend we will actually do the migration to the new server. Hopefully it goes well. Also, why am I using kubectl if I have now discovered a tool like this, K9s, which is awesome. It's visualizing the Kubernetes status pretty well, basically as the Kubernetes dashboard, but it's running locally on my machine and it's a console application. But yeah, I have it running. I have, where was it? I have also an internal release, which is basically the same, but it's running on a single machine, except the gateways. Yeah, I need to figure those out. But yeah, the release version actually is doing well. But yeah, I have noticed a few things that I wanted to fix. So one sec. Let me log in real quick. Monitoring Grafana. Okay. So I noticed one strange thing with this. Maybe it's... Yeah, so for some reason, when the server starts, well, let's say, for example, a gateway server tries to connect to the zone server. And in ideal situation, it should connect right away, and it should create a certain amount of connections. It's not just one connection. By default, is the amount of connections equals to the amount of CPU cores, so you have that like paralleled properly. But looks like when it cannot connect, it creates new connections and doesn't destroy the failed connections. So in the end, we end up stacking up the amount of connections until the new connection is created successfully. Then we end up with like these 24 connections. Actually, maybe this one is correct because I do have how many zone servers? 6 zone servers. Yeah, I could see it here. So I have 6 zone servers, 24 connections in total. So this is actually correct. We have 4 connections because this node has 4 CPU cores. Login connections, though, are definitely not correct. It should be, again, 6 connections per each gateway, but we have one sitting at 12 connections, the other one at 16. So there is definitely something weird going on, and it wasn't a problem with my previous setup because I was like shutting down and starting up the servers basically manually, even though with like remote control commands, but I was still fully controlling the order of the server startup. And here in Kubernetes, that order is completely random. So how do I even replicate that problem locally? I guess it should be easy. Oh yeah, also I had a very weird exception coming from this method that I'm using a disposed object or something like that. Not entirely sure what was that about, but for now I'm gonna ignore that. Let's focus on one thing at a time. So let's collapse all of that. So what do I need? Yeah, to replicate that, I think gateway server. So the gateway server, when it connects to a login, next connection. So I need this. So let's do one connection and watch how that works if we just start the gateway server on its own. Hello. I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Era WN Win? I don't know. Hi. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. Yeah. Hi. Doing great work. Thank you. But yeah, I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well too. It's just last week was a little bit too chaotic for me to stream, and I couldn't stream some stuff because I was working on the internal infrastructure that I couldn't show, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. It should be happening. So what's going on with my avatar? It should be creating one connection, then two connections, then 3. Okay, so we have 1. still have one. Interesting. Well, maybe it behaves differently in Kubernetes, but I don't think that's the case. So in the logs, it actually looks good. It creates one connection at a time. The question is though, does it destroy the old connections? Where is it? Gateway server, there it is. What is this 1990? Is that OpenTelemetry? I think so. But yeah, so far I'm not seeing any extra connections. Let's spin up the login server. What you're up to? I'm trying to finish a new server setup. So it's a completely different setup from what we have at the moment. No, it's still a single connection. Weird. Yeah, it's a single connection. Well, that's bad. But yeah, basically I'm trying to finish what I was doing last month, I think. Almost a month, or even probably a full month. When was the last update? Oh, even more than a month. Last update was on April 12th. So yeah, more than a month. I'm busy with setting up the new server infrastructure. But it's not just the server infrastructure. I replaced quite a few fundamental modules of the server, upgraded it to the new framework version, and fixed quite a lot of bugs. But yeah, I'm trying to finish all of that, and it's almost working. It's just I'm trying to fix a few weird problems. This is interesting. I cannot replicate that locally. So it could be... What if we shut all of that down and set it back to -1 as it was? So comment this one out. So now it should create a connection per CPU core. And in my case, it's... How many cores do I have? I have a lot. So we will see much more connections. Let's take a look. It's just I was hoping I could do that with just one connection. Should be easier to count. Okay, it doesn't look like they are being doubled or something. Okay, so now if we start the login server again, where is my .NET run command in the history? A lot of complex things, yeah. Okay, this is a problem because I can't replicate this bug on my local machine. So that means that we have something different on the actual real server setup. What could be different? Yeah, so how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, what was that? 13, 14, 15, 16. So I have 16 connections. Is that the amount of my CPU cores? I don't even remember. Yes, that's my amount of CPU cores. So this actually looks fine. Why was it so strange? What if I start this thing after the login server? What are your plans for the future of the game? Like, if we're talking about like long term plans, make it playable. Like, make it an actual fully fledged MMORPG with a lot of features, a lot of content, a lot of stuff to do. But yeah, that's my goal. But it's gonna be a long way. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? I don't understand what's going on. So I cannot reproduce this bug locally, but it's definitely there on the actual server. Doing fine. Nice, nice. Oh, by the way, my title is wrong. How do I even... What am I even doing? Let's see. Finalizing the new server setup. It's not about just Flux anymore. I think the same way it was abandoned for their owners 18 years ago. Yeah. Well, the original developers apparently had completely different plans. Which is fair, but yeah, I don't like that a game like this completely disappears from the existence. It has a lot of potential. And people actually want to see it succeed. So I'll try to make it work. Okay, so how do I reproduce this? This is release. Let's do that on internal. On internal, this actually looks fine. So both of the gateways have 4 connections to the login server, which is exactly what it should be. We have 3 zones, 12 connections in total. So this is correct. This is correct. Let me switch to internal. Also, let me switch to stateful sets. So what am I gonna do? Let's scale the login server down. Okay. Now, let's scale both of the gateways down for now to 0. So now we only have the world running, which is good. Do I have... I can't look right now. Maybe in the world. Do I have the login set up properly? No. You know what? Let's enable this thing. So this will show us debug and trace logs for internal setup. Customization. Internal. You know, you have a lot of power to rebuild in another great game. Thinking that time money was the problem. Well, there was a lot of problems with that game, to be honest, and with the company itself, at least from what I've heard. But yeah, I'm just a single person. I don't have enough resources to fully develop and support an MMORPG, as that would a fully fledged company would do in realistic amount of time. So I'm trying to do what I can and what's interesting to me. And yeah, hopefully in the end we will have a working game. But yeah, that's gonna be a challenging task. It is a challenging task. I've been doing that for years already, and we're not nearly near the end. But I feel like in nearest future we can have something playable and enjoyable. I believe so. So let's deploy this and this. So this is debug login enabled for the internal stage release. Also, yeah, it will scale up my instances here, but that's okay. It's just I do need the debug logs. See what's going on. Actually, it's probably already there, right? Okay, so it just applied my release, my customization. Okay, so let's start a gateway server now. Okay, I do have the debug logs. Okay, so it says cannot create login connection. That's good. And it's doing 2 connections at a time. It doesn't increase that amount, I believe. Let's let it run for a little bit. Think about me. Gave me the opportunity to revive that sometimes I had in that game. Yeah, that's the thing. This game, how do you say it? Provided a lot of good emotions to the players. One sec. Trying to follow the logs a little bit. Yeah, it's creating 2 at a time. So this looks fine. But now if I enable the login server, start the login server, I have 4 connections. Hmm. I have 4 connections, even though I think it was supposed to be 2. No, it's supposed to be 4. And this one, connect and disconnect, that's just the liveliness probe. I can ignore that. I'm interested in these 4. So it did increase. It should be 2. No. It should be 4 connections because the node has 2 CPU cores, but it was creating 2 at a time, according to the logs. Right? So what's going on? What if I start the second gateway server? Yeah, this one creates 4 right away. So it should have been 4 in the logs, but we could only see 2 at a time. What's going on? This is so weird. But again, I could not reproduce the same problem here. Wait, I have an idea. What if I... How do I test this? Let's scale down the second gateway and leave the first one running, but scale down the login. So now, those 4 connections created by the gateway, they are now down. And we can see it creates, again, 2 at a time, right? Yeah, 2 at a time. Why not 4? So that's first weird behavior. Now, what would happen if I bring the login server back up? How many connections would we end up with? That's the liveliness probe, I believe. Wait, maybe not. It's 26. We have 4 connections. So it didn't create new ones. Okay, I was hoping that it would create more, but it didn't, which is what it's supposed to be, but there's the problem. I cannot reproduce the problem. I remember something, I sent a message to you about the skill for a berserker that improves more attack speed. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to answer you. So the thing with the skills, with the stats right now is they are very much unfinished and it's a very low level so far. So the idea in the future is you will be like able to level up your stats more. You will see more results from those stats, because right now the values are pretty low, and also the skills those are pretty low level. So I'm not really sure what to do about that right now, because how do I even say it? The final version of the combat mechanics is like only planned in my mind, but it's not implemented, and it's not going to be implemented for some time, because we don't have enough content for that yet. So in the end, my idea of Berserker is, yes, it goes, like full Berserk. It increases the attack speed, something very similar to a knight from Ragnarok Online 1. It also will leverage your rage management and stuff like that, and do some combos based on that. But so far, like the maximum level that we have in the game is pretty low, just because we don't have the content for higher levels. And it's not very responsive at low levels right now. Maybe I can improve that, I'm not sure. I definitely need to touch the low levels of the skills a little bit more, because right now skills are not very effective. They're not how do you say it, as helpful to you as you would hope them to be. Right now it's more auto-attack focused gameplay, I would say so. So that needs to be a little bit improved, but in the future you will see much greater effects of those skills, much greater effects of the stats, just because of the higher numbers. But yeah, maybe I also need to change the early gameplay as well. Oh, by the way, Anina, you just used the lurk. Okay, I see. It's just today I changed the way the lurk command works. Now it actually does something, and it actually uses the same emote. Okay. But yeah, basically right now the state of the game is like very early. It's mostly like a proof of concept that the systems involved in the gameplay, involved in the skills, are actually working. And so far they are working. It's just now the biggest goal is the actual game design, which I'm not very good at. But yeah, we will improve that in the future. I'm not sure what to do about this bug. I cannot reproduce it. I thought that it's like, I thought that when, for example, gateway server tries to connect to the login server and it fails because the login server is not yet up, it creates more and more connections while it's offline. And then when the login server comes back online, all of those connections get connected. But looks like that's not the case. I could not reproduce that. So what the hell is going on? Where are the connections? There we go. But again, we still have 4 connections. This is how it should be. But how do we... Like here right now, on the release channel, we have this bug. Though I'm not sure how it ended up like that. Can we look at the logs? Maybe that would show us something. So in release, which gateway do we have? Gateway 02 has 16 connections. That should be 4 connections on both of those, right? So both of them are incorrect. It should be just 4. Yeah, it should be just 4. So both gateway servers failed, but the second one did create more connections. Right, I don't have the logs. Weird. So yeah, I cannot see what actually happened there because I don't have the debug logs. And here, when I do have the debug logs, it's totally fine. Could that be a problem? Could the logs slow something down or synchronize something so it works correctly? I don't know. I can see one thing probably on the release when each of the servers started. So the login server, how do I enable timestamps? T. Okay. So the login server started at this time. Let's write that one down. So login server started. Right, now let's go to the gateway 02 and see here a lot of information here, but okay. Login server started at 1937-34. So yeah, it did start after, which makes sense because it did have to run migrations. But that's the only thing that I can see here without the debug logs. And on the instance with the debug logs, I don't see this problem. And that's just great. Let's try to reproduce this again. Maybe it's intermittent. Okay, so right now we have everything shut down. Let's start the gateway. How many seconds? I didn't write down the second one. I think it was like 20 seconds, maybe even less. But yeah, so far it's 2 connections. Why is there 2 connections in the logs, even though it's supposed to create 4 connections at a time. The node has 4 CPU cores and it creates 4 connections when the login server comes back up, but I can only see 2 connections at a time in the logs. And this is much easier to see, so yeah, 2 connections at a time. Oh, wait, I see. 2 connections at a time, but we have like weird intervals. So first, second, 6 second, so 5 second intervals, 11, 16, okay. Right now it's correct, but here we had 41 and 44, then 46. Why? If it's 5 seconds interval, then why did we have this? Where did this 44 come from? Again, 44. Wait, what? We have a stable interval of first and 6 second, and then at 44 seconds, another one pops up. What's that about? Let's see if that happens again. 44 seconds. "41, 44, 46. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's another thing. That's just the liveliness probe. It's completely unrelated. And it's coming from the client listener, yeah. So this is weird. Why do we have, first of all, 2 connections at a time in the logs, even though it should be 4 connections at a time? Then we end up with the actual 4 connections on the login server when it starts up. But sometimes it's more than that. Let's see. Now if we scale the login to 1 instance, let's see what happens. The gateway has been running for like 2 minutes. Let's enable the timestamps as well. Where are the connections? Okay, so I have 2. Another 2. And that should be it. Unless the liveliness probe comes up. Okay, so first of all, yeah, connect to disconnect. That's the liveliness probe. 38. But yeah, we have, I see. I think I have an idea. Where do I find this though? So this service opens the connection pool. And the connection pool, where do we set the amount of connections though? Where was it? Login connection pool. Here, min connections and check period 5 seconds. So this is our 5-second intervals, right? Min connections should be -1 by default, which should translate to min connections, the processor count. It's -1, okay. So, check period. When we open, we initialize this interval. Check connections. Connections to create. So first of all, it looks like this logic is not working because we should have main connections set to 4 minus this connections count. This should be 0 at the start. And this should be equals to 4, but it is equals to 2 for some weird reason. But okay, we have the connection request. Unless it throws an exception right away, which could be the case. Really weird. And this callback should be running constantly. Yeah, while the pool is open, it should be running. It gets disposed when we close the pool, sure. So why does it do only 2 connections at a time when it should do 4? These connections. Wait, where is it? It's just a plain list. Oops. So by default, it is equals to processor count, min connections. When we set it to -1, it also gets replaced with processor count. Otherwise, we just store the value. Interesting. So where do we assign these connections? Active connection pool and just connection pool. Go Request add connection. Connection created, we add the connection. I don't see anything weird, but it's not working as expected. Except what could be happening is this thing could interrupt this loop. But why does it do that for just two connections? Connection requested. We invoke this thing. Wait, how does that work? So have the request and connection requested. I don't see any listeners for that. Wait, how does that work? It's virtual. Here we do the override and connection requested. Endpoint. In queue job. So there is not a lot of stuff that can fail here, right? This in queue job, it's not gonna execute. It actually can execute it if the thread is the same, I think. Concurrent queue. It could execute this method if it's been called in the same thread as the handler of the queue. Hello, doll. Hope you're doing well. Let's try to test this locally. I'm gonna get too many things open. Let's do, I don't know, 4 connections. 4 connections. Let's restart everything. Active connection pool. Let's, where was it? Let's add a simple console write line here. Oops. So right now, both of them are down. Let's start the gateway. Interesting. So here I have 4 connections. And this thing is not getting triggered. Do I have a logger here? I don't think so. No, I don't. It's just I feel like the only way of the gateway server to do this... Wait. How do we file a request? And connection creation error. Connection error. It's just, yeah, I feel like the only way, if we have 4 main connections set here, for it to create only 2, is that the second connection fails right here and we throw an exception right here, so it interrupts the loop. But okay, what would happen if it interrupts the loop? We still have 5 seconds interval, right? Which is the correct one. Where do I look at that? Gateway server. Yeah, 5 seconds interval. So this one is correct. So it's either failing every 5 seconds, right here on every second connection creation, or we do have some connections in the pool somehow. I don't know. How do I even debug this? Why does it do 2 connections at a time? I think I would have to deploy some debug code. With just console write lines, because I don't have access to my logger from this point in the code. Okay, let's do that. So let's do some debug output. Sure. So it's gonna be check connections callback. We do connections to create equals this. And this is check connections callback exception. And we get that exception. This should at least show me what's going on. Why does it create 2 connections at a time when it should do 4 connections at a time? Actually, let's do it. The main connections. No, this one shouldn't get modified, so I can just output it here. Okay. Let's deploy this. So also I need to mark this so I don't forget to remove it from the actual release build. No, it's even in the Boulder toolkit. Yeah, I definitely don't have the logger there. Don't like to do that, but I have to. Why don't I have the sync button in the root project? It's weird. Maybe because I have to choose the correct one. Okay, let's see. I need to obtain the release hash. Failed? The build failed. What? What? Did I not push the commit? Did push that? I did push that. What the hell? Did not contain. What? Let's try again. It's definitely something weird. Maybe something didn't synchronize in time, I don't know. What? Fetch and Boulder toolkit. Transport file not allowed. What? Oh no. Looks like something has changed in GitLab. This is interesting. Looks like this is not working. Or wait, maybe not this. Yeah, looks like relative links to repositories are not working anymore. Why do you do this to me, GitLab? It was working before, I was relying on it. Looks like they changed something. Now they treat in submodule URLs as files. When we don't have the URLs there, I guess. I don't know. Well, I guess I would have to hardcode the repository URLs, which was the whole purpose of this relative thing. But okay, we can do that. So I need Boulder and Boulder Toolkit. So Boulder Toolkit is this. Let's push that. Then here, modules, we need the Boulder. Copy. Let's try that. I don't know. Hopefully that works. No, didn't work. What the hell? Fatal transport file not allowed. What's that about? Looks like it's something to do with the new version of Git. What the hell? The problem is it's been handled by GitLab internally. Don't have a lot of control over that. This is something new. This is something weird. It was working before, but not anymore. So let me copy this log. Make sure they don't leak any secrets in here. I want to show this on stream. So this is what I have on the logs of the CI. So this is done by GitLab itself. Fetching changes, range, alias existing Git repository, create fresh repository, checking out the revision, updating, initializing submodules recursively. This is done because of this thing. Submodule, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. What? So this is... Crap, I need to remove this song from the playlist. 1 sec. Wait, which one was that? Yeah, it was this one. Afraid. Okay. So how do I do this? Oh, yeah, I wanted to take a look at Boulder. What's the latest commit here? CBD 97. Yeah, that's this one. The previous one that it's for some reason showing up. Where was it? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂. Interesting. Boulder toolkit. What do we have here? Yeah, for some reason it shows the old revision. What the hell? What happened? I don't have time for this right now. Let's take a look here. Do we have anything? Why is it showing up in the results? What the hell? No, I don't have anything in the GitLab issues. Interesting. Ah, I see, it's stupid. It's still stupid. Hmm. I don't believe that's my problem. I believe that's GitLab's problem. It was working perfectly before, but I recently updated to the new version. So did something change? And they actually have this documented right here. So I was using it like this, and that didn't work right now for some weird reason. But okay, we still have it in free plan. That's good. Absolute URLs. We tried that right now. Relative URLs. You see relative URLs, submodules may resolve incorrectly in forking workflows. That's fine. So that still should be working, this thing. Use Git submodules in CI/CD jobs. If you use the CI job, oh yeah, they did change the tokens. I've seen something about that. If you use the CI job token to clone a submodule in a pipeline job, you must have at least the reporter role for the submodule repository to pull the code. CI/CD job token access must be properly configured in the upstream submodule project. I think this is something that broke and the error is just not being descriptive. You must add the group or project to the job token allow list. The user that triggers the job must be a member of your project. The user must have the permissions to perform the action. Group or project to the job token allow list. Setting CI/CD job token permissions. Yeah, I think this is what's breaking. So, what do we need? I believe this has to be done on the submodule project. For example, project A can add project B to project's A allow list. CI/CD jobs in project B, the allowed project. Can I use the CI/CD job tokens to authenticate API calls to access project A? So B is allowed project. Can you tell me on which project do I have to go? But okay, I'm pretty sure I need to go to Boulder Toolkit and allow the use of Boulder, right? Let's see, CI/CD, job token permissions. Introduce, what? At project 17.6. I don't know. But okay, job token permissions, yes. Add group or project. Add group or project. I actually have Boulder and Ymirheim server in there. I have it there. Then on Boulder, CI/CD, job token permissions, I have the Ymirheim server. What the hell then? So, if you use the CI job token to clone a submodule, I'm not using that technically, but it's being used by the runner, right? It does the cloning. Where was it? To clone a submodule in a pipeline job, you must have at least the reporter role for the submodule repository to pull the code. I'm the maintainer. CI/CD job token access must be properly configured in the upstream submodule project. You can set the variable to normal or recursive to tell the runner to fetch your submodules before the job. For submodules located on the same GitLab server and configured via a Git or SSH URL, make sure to set the force HTTPS variable. I mean, my server is HTTPS only. Submodule depth. What the hell? How was it working before? Because I'm pretty sure that I did these changes after I updated my GitLab. Like this one. 16th of May. Yes. That's definitely the case. So it was working before, although I did update Boulder Toolkit very long time ago. 23rd of April. Yeah, that may be before the update. What changed? Is the Boulder Toolkit that's failing? You do have the access. We don't have any pipelines on the Boulder Toolkit level. We do have a pipeline on the Boulder level, and it actually worked. So from Boulder, it actually worked. From Ymirheim server, it didn't. Why? So what's the difference? Checking out is attached head. Update initializing submodules recursively. Okay. Submodule Boulder registered as path. Here I have submodule Boulder toolkit register for path. Synchronizing submodule URL. So identical so far. Entering dep Boulder toolkit, entering dep Boulder. Then entering this, and then back up. Did they change the default value for the depth? Can I have the link to that? What's the default value? I don't know. Let's try to set it. So this is what? This is Ymirheim server. Okay. Depth, let's do 3. Because I don't know. I have zero idea what's going on. No, that was not it. This is so weird. I didn't have this. What was happening before? Like on earlier pipelines that actually did work. Okay, so let's compare. Fetching changes, reinitialize existing Git repository, created fresh repository, sure, checking out revision, ref is master, yes, updating and initializing submodules recursively, submodule dep Boulder. Oh, this is different. Doesn't use the token, I see. Was that in the first one? Yeah, it was in the first one, weird. Okay, let's compare this furthermore down. Synchronizing URL for submodule. Entering. Sure. Head is now whatever. Entering Boulder toolkit. Head is now at that thing. And then here's the difference. Here it says from this URL, I don't have it in the logs that actually work. It should say submodule Boulder toolkit registered for path. Didn't register it there. Interesting. What if I retry this revision? Would it fail? Like, again, I am spending my time fighting some weird thing that never happened before, and I don't think that's my problem. It works. Okay, let's do what? Let's do this. We can revert this one. Can I do it from here? Revert? No? Yes, that's stupid. Revert. So this was the submodules, right? So I replaced the relative path with the full URL. Okay, so let's revert that. And Boulder toolkit updated. Because apparently something went wrong there. I don't know what. But let's revert that one as well. And let's push it. Then we go to Ymirheim server. So this didn't help. So we're gonna revert that as well. Submodules updated. We're gonna revert that. And Boulder updated. Let's revert that as well. And let's push and see what happens. We should be back to our chart version bump fix, I guess. Really weird. Yeah, that works. Interesting. But now here we have a new update. Here, so now pipeline fixed. That's for now. What if we submit this thing? Wait, just to be sure, I'm gonna do that from a normal Git client that I've been using all this time. So what do I want? I want to commit whatever I have in here. Boulder updated. Let's see what happens. And it failed. Why? So fetched in submodule path boulder, but did not contain A2D1. A2D1 boulder. A2D1. It's there. Like, what the hell? What's going on? So we're back to the relative paths. It should be all good. I think I may have an idea. One sec. Remote repositories. Maybe my remote URL is not correct or something. No, that's the correct one. I can see my changes. So let's see. A7, A37. That's the latest commit, yes. So the Boulder toolkit is there. Then we go into Boulder. And let's take a look. Git modules. This is there. So latest commit for Boulder is A2D1D4S. That's also correct. And where is my Boulder toolkit? Boulder toolkit is at the run revision. What is 4D1? Wait. Boulder. 4D1, that's the previous one. That's before the debug code key. So Boulder right now is pointing at this revision. It's there. Okay. Ymirheim server. Dep Boulder. Everything looks good. I don't understand. What's going on? So if we go to Boulder, the latest commit should be the update of Boulder toolkit. How do I see the revision? I don't. Okay, let's open the proper Git thing. Diff. From to that, yes. So it points to D417 of a Boulder toolkit. That's what it was. I don't understand. How do I revert the submodule back? So this was the latest working version before I updated the Boulder toolkit, right? We go to the Boulder toolkit. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. Now on Ymirheim server, let's commit this. It will point the Boulder to 1D EA. Yeah, it's this one. So let's push that, I guess. See what happens. So it should be theoretically absolutely the same as the latest working commit. And it worked. Okay. So that worked. Now, we're currently there, right? So what the hell happened? I need to update Boulder toolkit. Yeah, pipeline fixed. Okay, thank you. All I did is I committed this thing. So let's check out this branch. And I updated this submodule right here. A7, A37. A7, A37. That's the commit. It was here. And I committed it to Ymirheim server. So this is 501A3. If we take a look, yeah, this one. 501A3. Yes. So what's wrong? Why it didn't work? So this one points to 4D17, right? 4D17. Okay. So that's the last working one. So if we check out this, and we commit it, what would happen? Will it fail? Yes, it does fail. Why? Literally pointing to the same revision of Boulder toolkit. It's just pointing to a different revision of Boulder, but it is pointing to the same thing. I don't understand. So here we have it at 4170. Here have it again at 4170. Literally no difference. So what I did, so we were here, then I updated the submodule to this commit. It's correct. It's what I wanted. And it failed. So I tried to fix it with this thing, then I reverted it back. And then reverted this back. So semantically, it's absolutely the same code base at the moment. It's failing. Why? Okay, that's Boulder. What about Ymirheim server? Also, let me revert this thing so it doesn't get in the way. So this one is working. This is 1D AEA, which is this one. But the second one is not working. Okay, let's try one more time. So we check out this revision. Oh, no, not merge, abort. Check out this commit. Boulder toolkit. There's the previous one. This is this one. Do we have any changes here? No. Okay. So now we commit it to the server and we push. And it will succeed, I'm pretty sure. Yes, that worked. Let's try to force push this one as master and start from scratch. So we how do I even do this? Reset current branch to here. Hard reset. Yes. So why is my master still there? Oh, I wasn't on the branch. So now reset branch to here, hard reset. Okay. We're in here on the Boulder toolkit. Let's force push. Hopefully I have the permissions. We can overwrite everything. No, we don't have permissions. Okay. Let's do that real quick. Because yeah, this is something weird. Something totally broken. Branch rules. Guess I need to remove this from the protected branch. Oh, allow force push. There we go. So let's try again. Which one do we do? I don't know. Okay, we did force push. So this is our master now. Don't care about this at the moment. Actually, let's do force push here as well. So let's check out master. I need to enable that, by the way. 1 sec. Like, why do I have to deal with this? This is definitely some kind of bug. Protected branches. Allow to force push. So now I can reset current branch to here. We can now lose this debug code, but actually, let's do a soft reset. Why not? These are our changes. Okay, they're there. Now we push that, the force push. Okay, let's disable it back. Okay. Now, Ymirheim server. We proved that this one is currently working, right? Let me double check. So this is Boulder Toolkit, Boulder, no, I need Ymirheim server. Yeah, the latest pipeline is working. But what's wrong with this one? Why is this one modified? Should be pointing to 1DA. Which is this one? Wait, what is this? I see, I have unchanged files. Just for now, let's get rid of those changes. I don't care. It's easy to recreate those. I just don't want this to get in the way. Yeah, now we don't have any changes. We don't have any changes. Okay, good. Now, what if I check out this commit and submit it and commit it here? Well, let's succeed. Yes, it does work. Okay. Let's bring it back to master. Wait. Does it work? It's slow. Yeah, it does work. Although I do have some weird logs, but they are totally fine. So I do have this from thing, but I don't have the error, that weird error. But okay. Now what do I do? Now I want to bring it back to the latest version. It should succeed. Okay, so that did work. That did work. So now, what do I want to try? Let's start with something simple. Let's close all of this crap. In Boulder, let's do some temporary change. Something very simple. Gonna push that. And we're gonna submit it here as well. So that was a test change on the Boulder level. Let's see if that works. That did work. But okay. One sec. Let me double check the remote repositories. This one's correct. This one's correct. And this one's correct. Okay, we have the correct remote repository, so everything should be fine. Now, let's try to make a test change on the Boulder toolkit level. Right here. So we push that. Let me double check that it's there. It is. So now we commit that to the Boulder repository. Test change, push. That one's there. It's pointed to 56C81. 56C81. Yeah. So good so far. But let it finish. Okay. The pipeline is finished. Everything looks good. Just in case, let me wait for the tests to pass. Okay, that's also done. Okay, so Boulder is correct. Now, let's try to push it up here. And it fails. What the hell? Can I show this? I think I can. So this is what I'm dealing with. This is the previous commit. This is not the test change commit. Fatal. Transport file not allowed. Error during submodule fetch. Boulder toolkit. Why? Just why? I hate this search. Okay, so I'm searching for this direct fetching of that commit failed. Where? Where did it find it? It's not here. Screw you, GitLab. It was 100% working before. I did that tons of times, hundreds of times before. But I think it's the first time when I'm updating a submodule of a submodule since the latest GitLab version. It's definitely a GitLab problem. Why? I don't know. I have another idea. Maybe it will show us something. I don't know. Where am I? Not in the correct project. Let's remove this. And God, this is stupid. Let's try this. Adding this to the script. I don't know. Let's try that. Fatal transport file not allowed. Why? Okay, what if we do the recommended thing to actually enable protocol? But why does it use file? Protocol file. Let's see what happens. I don't know. Okay, that should be it. It failed. Origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Okay, so that's definitely a token problem. That narrows it down. Cannot read from remote repository. So this CI token definitely cannot access even the Baldur repository. What? 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 So why does it can access some commits but can't access this one? Also, let me double check that the URL is correct. It is. It is the correct URL. So it's definitely some kind of token issue, which makes sense because they did change it in the latest versions. This is so annoying. So am I reading the correct? No, wait. I'm reading the previous version. 1 sec. So I need 1711. That's my version. So if you use the CI job token to clone a submodule in a pipeline job, you must have at least the reporter role of the submodule repository to pull the code. So I as a user, right? Me as a user. I'm the maintainer. So Baldur, what's my role? Members. Owner. Even more than that, I'm owner of the repository. Okay, now what? CI/CD job token access must be properly configured in the upstream submodule project. Upstream submodule project. That should be the Baldur project, right? So CI/CD job token can control which groups or projects can use a job token to authenticate and access some of your project's repositories. One problem that I have with this is it works with the previous commits. It works with commit that doesn't affect the Boulder toolkit, but when it affects the Boulder toolkit, it fails. It's definitely a bug, 100% a bug, but okay, let's try to find a workaround. By default, job token access is restricted to only CI/CD jobs that run in pipelines in your project. To allow another group or project to authenticate with a job token from the other project's pipeline, you must add the group or project to the job token allow list. I did that, I'm pretty sure. So if we look here, settings CI/CD on the Boulder, job token permissions, ensure the authorized groups and projects toggle is enabled. I don't have that. Where is that? It's not a toggle. Enable by default a new project. It is a security risk to disable this feature, so project maintenance and others should keep the settings enabled. It's not a toggle. It's a switch between all groups and projects and only this project and any groups and projects in the allow list. I assume this is what they're referring to. This is what I have. Only the project and any groups and projects in the allow list. So, select add group or project. Again, this is incorrect documentation. I don't have that button, I have add. Within that, I have group or project. But I already have Ymirheim server there. And latest authentication log. Is literally 1811, so like literally 9 or 8 minutes ago. So it actually should work. The limit access from this project setting is deprecated. We'll use the authorized groups and project setting and allow list instead. So it is there. But okay, what if I delete Ymirheim server and try to add it again? Add group or project. Where is my Ymirheim server? Add. Okay. Let's try to rerun the job. This is so stupid. Nope. Like, what the actual hell? But okay, let's go to where is it? So that was 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸. Let's now go to 𝙽𝙴𝚁 toolkit and again re-add this thing. JEP token permissions. So I do have 𝙽𝙴𝚁 and Ymirheim server there. Let's remove those. And let's re-add 𝙽𝙁 and Ymirheim server. Let's try again. And it failed. Okay. Whatever. The user that triggers the job must be a member of your project. I am the member. I am the owner of the project. The user must have the permissions to perform the action. I do have the action, the permissions. If your project is public or internal, some publicly accessible resources can be accessed with a JEP token from any project. These resources can also be limited to only projects on the allow list. GitLab self-managed administrators can override and enforce the setting. The setting is enforced. The CI/CD JEP token is always restricted to the project's allow list. I don't know. It's 100% GitLab's token related problem, and I have no idea what it wants. It looks like a bug. And theoretically, it could be possible that no one reported it because the thing that I have here is a pretty special case. I have two levels of submodules. I have main project that has a submodule with another project, and that project inside has another submodule inside. Like this. It could be that no one reported it because they didn't have a setup like that. And to trigger that problem, the level 3 or whatever project should be updated. So maybe no one kept that so far. I don't know. What if I enable limit access from this project? No, it doesn't work at all. Okay, what if I do all groups? Save changes. 𝙽𝙁𝚁, all groups. And let's try again. All the nice music. Yeah. Again, it doesn't work. I don't know. My GitLab is broken. And I don't know what to do with this. Is the server actually... Yeah, the server is fine. It's not the server's fault. This is so stupid. This is really so stupid. I don't know what to do with this. We'll have the same name, Ymirheim? What do you mean? What will have the same name? What concerns me the most is it works when I run a pipeline on this project. It can access the Boulder toolkit no problem. What if I do without recursive flag? Let's do that only on the Helm task. It failed again. Like, why? Like, to me, it looks like the CI job token doesn't have access to the project, but it does when I run it without the submodule in that project updated. I don't know. This is so weird. So Boulder, if we go to CI/CD, job token permission, no, it should be Ymirheim server. Wait, I think I know. No. So job token permissions control which projects can use CI/CD job tokens to authenticate with this project. Authorized groups and projects. Select the groups and projects authorized to use CI/CD job token to authenticate request to this project. I don't know. This is so stupid. I'm curious, what would happen if I do git clone full URL to the Baldur repository? I use GitLab CI token as a username, CI job token as a password. So basically the URL that it should have constructed, but I just do a clone and test. Now let's comment out this crap. It did clone. It did clone. But then when I do git submodule init, it did clone the repository. Okay. Now, what if I do the same for the Baldur toolkit? It did clone. So the token works. Why doesn't the submodule work? Origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Where does it say origin? Let me try to do that locally. I don't know. Let me copy the Ymirheim server. Oh, that's gonna take a long time. Okay, let me just clone it. Okay. So I don't have a submodules. So now we do get some module update in it. That one worked. And it's not recursive. So why Why doesn't this work? Module deb folder HTTPS registered for path. That's the same thing that I have. But then it says fatal origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Where did you find the origin? Could not read from remote repository. Interesting. Do I have that somewhere in the authentication log? I have it at 1811, which was, where's my UTC? Right now 1838. Interesting. To allow another group or project to authenticate with a job token from the other project's pipeline, you must add the group or project to the job token allow list. It's there. The user that triggers the job must be a member of your project. I am a member. The user must have the permission to perform the action. I do have it. I'm pretty sure. I'm the creator of the project. If your project is public or internal, some publicly accessible resources can be accessed with a job token from any project. These resources can also be limited to only projects on the allow list. What is that? General visibility. So repository, yeah, all of that is fine. What the hell? I have an idea what could be the problem. Maybe it's my email, just the GitHub no reply email right now. It shouldn't be that. Also, this email is verified. Yes, it is verified. I don't know. I can clone, but I cannot do a submodule update. Why? Just to be sure, let's set the URL and the Git modules to a full one again. I already did that, but just in case, let's see what happens. Once I figure this out, I would have to do a big cleanup. But okay, I want to figure it out at least. It's failed again. Origin does not appear to be a Git repository. Awesome. What is my origin? Maybe it's the origin of the current repository? I don't know. I'm so done with this thing. I just needed a quick fix. We cannot do that because the Git is broken. So stupid. Is correct. Can I do git pull? Or git fetch? Let's do fetch and pull. Something's definitely broken, it's just I have no idea what exactly. It looks like a problem with the job tokens somehow. I don't know how. We're not currently on a branch. Sure. So fetch did work, I guess. Pull region master, I don't know. Why am I not on a branch? It works. So where this fatal origin does not appear to be a Git repository comes from? So there's the thing. The remote URLs are correct. Fetch works. Pull origin master works. This is on the Ymirheim server. That works. Also, with the same CI token, I can clone Boulder and I can clone Boulder toolkit. So that also works. So the token permissions are working. But when I do the submodule update, this thing, it doesn't work. Why? I don't know. So fatal fetched in submodule path Boulder, but it did not contain the thing. It's definitely there. Let's double check. It's there. It's the latest commit. Okay, what if I do that without explicitly stating the username and password and token email? It's probably not gonna do that. Yeah, I could not read username. Okay. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe they broke the relative repositories or whatever. Let's see here. So when using absolute URL, so this is what I have right now. For example, here generated Git modules configuration might look like the following. If a project is located on GitLab, you check out your project sources with an SSH address. In this case, use the git submodule force HTTPS variable to instruct GitLab runner to convert the URL. Okay, but I am using the HTTPS. You do not need to configure additional variables. In this case, you need to use a personal access token to clone it locally. Okay. When you use relative URLs, submodules may resolve incorrectly in forking workflows. Use the absolute URLs instead if you expect your project to have forks. So if you use the CI job token to clone a submodule in a pipeline job, you must have at least the reporter role for the submodule repository to pull the code. It must be properly configured in upstream. It is properly configured, but using just this doesn't cover it. Looks like they broke something. I don't know what. So stupid, I don't know. There's nothing here about the authentication documented properly. This just doesn't work for some weird reason. but only if I reference specific revision. This is so stupid, I don't know. It's definitely a bug. I don't know. I'm tired of this thing. I can clone, no problem, with the token explicitly set. Can I... Hmm. Can I log in separately in Git? What if I just use a credential helper? And I'm gonna use a username and password here with the CI job token. Maybe it will remember it for the next run. I don't know. Let's test if that works. That worked for the cloning. It didn't work for a submodule update again. I have a different one. Have a different issue. I have a different error message. But let's see. So I've got a private group G, projects P1, P2. P1 includes submodule P2. Okay. Who is Ty? Ty need to go into the P2 project settings. You, I guess, need to go to the P2 project settings under CI/CD settings, not permissions. And the CI/CD settings. So project, wait. P1 includes P2. P2 in my case is Boulder. So let's open Boulder. We did that. Go to settings, CI/CD, pipeline tokens. Could you at least write this properly? Have no power now. What? Add the group. Well, yeah, basically I did that. Token access. It's not token access anymore. Allow access to this project with CI job token is disabled, but for new ones, this is enabled by default. It's not the problem that I'm having. Although, yeah, this is close. So stupid. Seven years ago. That's definitely not it. I don't know. Yeah, by the way, what's in git config? Nothing about the submodules. Nothing about the submodules. That's okay, I guess the submodule update should do that, but the submodule update fails. Why? I have no idea. If I have access to that, I have access to that. How does it fail? Is there like a verbose mode? Verbose mode. I can do no fetch, I guess. Then we can see what's in the config. And check it out. Okay, so it did add a submodule dep boulder. No fetch. URL is correct. Okay, so now we do cd dep boulder less. Can I do git fetch within the submodule? Well, let's fetch the submodule. Also git status. Let's check it out. What's there? So actually I did check it out. Git status at 41E8. What is that? It's this one. What the hell? Like, I don't know. So git init no fetch works, but it does actually fetch. When I look at the git config, it actually produces the correct submodule URL here. And when I cd into that directory, it actually contains the files. So it did fetch. And I could do also git fetch here. It's not a problem. It actually works. So what the hell is going on? Why this fails but this is not? How do I update submodules recursively? Where was it? Recursive. Why does this work but just git update in it doesn't? Let's see. Does it actually work? Okay, one sec. So this is something different. Can I show this? I think so. So I did no fetch recursive. Did create this thing. Warren could not look up configuration remote origin URL, assuming this repository is its own authoritative upstream. Not sure what that is. Oh. Now this fails because the relative URL. Okay, I see. We need to fix that. How do we fix that? Like that. Okay. Unable to read tree. Unable to check out submodule depth boulder. I don't understand. So what is 534A? Is that a commit on boulder? Yes. Unable to read tree. Unable to check out in submodule. Why? Okay, what if we don't use recursive thing? We do that. Check out. I don't know. I did try this for sure. And it was working. But submodule update recursive doesn't work. What the actual hell is going on? I don't know. No, now Boulder doesn't work. Unable to read tree, unable to check out. It was working, now it's not. Now it doesn't. Why? It looks like if certain commits are just not visible to the CI/CD. You know what? I'm gonna reboot the server. I don't have any other ideas. Yeah, let's do that. Because this is something so bizarre. I cannot comprehend it. Like the test change was there. It was fine. As soon as I created this commit, it became unavailable. I think it's the problem somewhere deep in GitLab. Probably the repository got corrupted or something. I don't know. It looks like it. And on this commit, all I did is I changed the path to the submodule. which shouldn't matter to this command when it's no fetch. Okay, is my server up? This is my GitLab up. This. Let's try to rerun the job. This is so bizarre. It's the same problem. Okay, what if I Boulder? Is there any like analyze stuff or whatever? Run housekeeping. I have no idea what's going on. Why all of a sudden? Also, where did the logs go? So what's my current status here, for example? The Boulder. Wait, there should be a git status somewhere. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Like, what the hell? Okay, let's see. Let's say we have this test, right? cd test, git status, git ref parse head. What else do I want to see? ls cd back to the root. The same we do for the test 2. Let's see what it does. Because it looks like the latest commits are missing or something. Or somehow I don't have access to the latest commits that I just pushed. So weird. Okay, so what do we have? Client test status and master. So for 𝙽𝙀𝚃, the latest commit is 534. Yes. And the files are there. Then for 𝙽𝙀𝚃 toolkit, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚃.𝚃. Yes. So all the code is accessible. It's just when I do that from the submodules, why? Why is that a thing? What's wrong? Okay, one sec. Git. How do I can check out all the submodules? So first of all, what do I want? I want to see if I have git page pull. Sure. Let's do here. Let's tap 𝙽𝙀𝚃. This should be empty. Then we have all the checkouts which are working perfectly. This submodule update fails. Can just do this. Without an it, maybe. Now let's try for now without recursive. Well, we can do both. Why do I have to deal with this? So first of all, Okay. So there's no directory like that. Where was it? Here. So this fails, which is fine. We don't have the submodule. No, it succeeded. What the actual hell is going on? Ah, my brain, my poor brain. So let's see. We have git page, git pull origin master. We don't have the submodules in git config. We do the credential helper. We clone Boulder, that's successful. We clone Boulder toolkit, that's successful. Everything's good. We do git submodule update, which is successful. Recursive is also successful. What if I comment out the one without the recursion? Oh, what the hell is going on? Also, do we have the... We don't have the submodules defined in the config. Interesting, but we do have the files. I don't know what's going on anymore. But yeah, we do have all the files. And the pipeline succeeded. So what did I want to do? I wanted to try the recursive without that one. That works. So I guess if I try init, it just doesn't work, right? The problem is with the init flag. And what's wrong with it? What's the difference? I guess it stores the submodule endpoints in the config. Or is it just magically working now? No, it's not. It's failing. Okay. So yeah, init is... Yeah. Origin does not appear to be a Git repository. What the actual hell? So the init fails. I don't know. This is so annoying. So if I remove all of that, let's say if I remove init, remove everything, let's comment out everything. And just do this submodule update recursive. it works. All the files are there. But there are no remote repositories in the what changed? Wait. What actually changed? Also, how the hell am I having Git in the Helm image? Maybe I need to update the Docker image. Okay, let's comment out this thing now. So with thing, it works. And let's uncomment this thing. And we failed. That means that submodules are not included when fetching the project code default behavior in versions before 1.10. Normal means that only the top level submodules are included. It's equivalent to sync update init. Recursive means that all submodules, including submodules of submodules, are included. This feature needs GitLab 1.8 and using GitLab runner git 1.8 with an executor not based on Docker. Make sure the Git version meets the requirement. It's equivalent to this. Maybe the problem is with my images, but wait. Right now I'm testing the Helm image. No, wait. I'm using a Docker latest. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the Docker executor got updated, not the GitLab itself. And something happened with Git. Maybe it's the problem with the Docker image that I'm using for the executor. Using Docker executor with now. It's the Helm 317 and it's fixed. It's pinned. Using Docker image. Okay, let me test one more thing. If I do a sec. Maybe it's the problem with my runner, not the GitLab itself. Let's see. Execute. Where was the documentation? Where is the Docker executor mentioned? Runner executors. Docker. This is what I'm running. So Docker executor uses Docker image based on Alpine Linux. It contains the tools to run the prepare, pre-job, and post-job steps. To view the definition of the special Docker image, see the GitLab runner repository, runner helper. Maybe this got changed somewhere, somehow. Okay, the Docker executor provides the job into several steps: prepare, creates and stores the services, pre-job, clones, restores cache, and downloads artifacts from previous stages, runs on a special Docker image. Which image? Because it looks like this is broken now. Job runs are built in a Docker image you configure for the runner. Past job. Yeah, so this is a special image, I guess. So runners Docker. Image. That's the default image. That's not the special image. Where can I see the special image that they have? The image where the job runs must have the working shell and its operating system path, supported shells. Configure the Docker executor. Why do I have to bother with this? Is that a thing on the host machine or what? No, it's not. I don't know. Yeah, looks like the problem is in these commands somehow. Okay, so what do I want? I want to get rid of the changes that they did, because those are stupid. Or maybe I don't want to do that right now. Let's see. First of all, let's take a look at the latest one. What was the get submodule strategy? Okay. The commands are the same. So they didn't change the commands or whatever that they are running. I don't know what's going on. Okay, what I want to do is I want to reboot the runner. See if that helps. So they do git submodule sync recursive. And then update init recursive. And the init fails for some reason in this setup. I have no idea why. But okay. So I restarted the runner. Let's try to run this thing again, I guess. See if anything changed. Nothing changed. Okay, so now let's get rid of all this crap. Let's get back to this one where we started. So reset current branch to here. And let's force push, but first I need to enable that again. Okay. Now we do the same for Boulder. We check out the branch first. Then we check out reset to this branch, hard reset. Push. Force push. First I need to enable that. Boulder, repository, protected branches. Hello. Disallow. And Boulder toolkit. Check out the branch. Check out the previous, reset to the previous thing. And force push. Wait, where am I? I need Boulder toolkit. Allow force push. Force push. Disallow. Okay. So now we're back where we started today. Right? So let's get rid of this thing and let's try to do this manually. How can I do this? On every job, I guess. Because I have no idea what's going on. Think recursive, init, recursive. Actually, no. Let's still do a couple of tests. So we do here these commands that they are supposed to be doing. And just to check it out, in the Git submodules, we have relative path and relative path here. Okay, good. So we do that. We commit. Push. See what happens. So that worked. That worked. Okay. So now let's try to change something in here. in Boulder README, we add a line. We commit that. Okay. And we commit this here. That's going to happen. And it failed. Transport file not allowed. Perfect. I don't know. I don't know. Why? And if I get rid of init, that should fix it, right? Yeah, that fixed it. Interesting. Just to be sure, I'm gonna do ls minus LA dep Boulder, and I'm also gonna do dep Boulder toolkit. Let's check it out. Do we have the files? Yes, we do. I have all the files. So for some reason, the init fails. Why? Let's check out the documentation, I guess. So init initialize the submodules recorded in the index, which were added and committed elsewhere, by setting submodule URL in git config is in the same setting from git modules as a template. If the URL is relative, it will be resolved using the default remote. If there is no default remote, the current repository will be assumed to be upstream. Optional path argument. Okay, so I'm using update -- init. That registered submodules to match what the super project expects by cloning missing submodules, fetching missing commits and submodules, and updating the working tree in the submodules. The updating can be done in several ways depending on command line options and the value of submodule update configuration variable. The command line option takes precedence over the configuration variable. If neither is given, a checkout is performed. Note, what is in git modules file is irrelevant at this point. Update procedures supported both from the command line as well as through the submodule configurations or checkout rebase merge. What? So why the hell is this fail? Does this fail? So this is so weird. I don't know. Okay, GitLab. Can it git checkout? Can I change the way they clone the repository? Git clone path? No. Oh, I have clone none. Clones the repository from scratch for every job, ensuring that the local working copy is always pristine. If the existing working tree is found, it is removed before cloning. Fetches faster as this reuses local working copy. Git strategy of none is also reuses a local working copy, but skips all Git operations usually done by GitLab. GitLab runner pre-clone scripts I also skipped if present. Like none, empty git strategy deletes and then recreates a dedicated build directory before downloading cache or artifact files. With this strategy, the GitLab runner hook scripts are still run. I feel like this is something to do with the cache. Like, maybe, like I know my runner does cache some files. Not sure exactly which ones, but I think it does. So maybe when I'm trying to do the init, I don't know. You know what? Let's try to get rid of that cache. So 1 second, where do we define this? Disable cache. So I have my runner URL token executor docker runners docker. Device verify image. Disable entry point override. Disable cache. They have it false. Volumes. Environment. Let's try to disable the cache. Maybe there is something wrong with this clone policy or strategy or whatever. So where was my previous job? Test change, which failed. That's with skip and submodule stuff. And this one should be good. So I tried to disable cache. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Container-based cache volumes creation is disabled. Will not create volumes for certs and cache. But okay. Yeah, I think it's something wrong with the actual runner. Because it looks like it's fixed now. This is annoying, but okay. One sec, let me fix the config a little bit. Okay, so let's get back to where we were. So we're here in the latest commit. Here we have the test change. Here, yeah, we need to revert all of this crap. So settings, repository, protected branches, allow first push, allow first push. So I need to get rid of what? I need to get rid of everything up to this point. And first push. Now here we check out the branch. We reset it to here. And first push. Okay. So let's see what happens. Right, my pipeline failed. Docker and Docker failed. What did they do to break the Docker and Docker? TLS verify maybe? I need the certificates, I guess. Docker volumes. Yeah, I can't disable cache without disabling access to the certificates for the Docker. Unless we don't disable cache, but we comment out the cache volume and only leave the certificates volume. So I removed this to basically get rid of the application cache, the repository cache or whatever. Okay, that worked. So that worked. Our pipeline is running now. So now chart version bump. Oh, PackDB, I need to also redo that. Okay, that works. So now we modify Boulder readme, commit that. Push that. And then we commit it here and push that. And see if that works. And looks like that does work. Okay. Okay, now what? So yeah, for some reason, looks like it was reusing the old repository from cache, but it was cloning the submodules incorrectly somehow. I don't know. It's definitely a GitLab problem. I don't want to deal with that. I think I found a workaround. Now we need to do a level deeper. Now we need to go to Boulder Toolkit and modify README there. And forward this change through all the submodule crap. God, I hate some submodules in Git. Okay, so we pushed that. Now we push it forward in Boulder repository. Now we push it forward to Ymirheim server. And pray. And it failed. I don't know anymore. This is bullshit. Reinitialized existing Git repository. Where did it take it from? Reinitialized existing Git repository. Okay, so it still uses the cache. Cache. Cache reference. No, I want to disable it globally. I don't care anymore. If it doesn't work, just leave me alone. Can I disable cache, but still be able to run Docker and Docker? Each job runs in a new environment, because every build gets its own instance of the Docker engine. Concurrent jobs do not cause conflicts. However, jobs can be slower because there is no caching of layers. There is some kind of stupid caching that I'm trying to disable. Okay, I need to bring back my old configuration of the runner. So yeah, unfortunately, excluding the cache volume didn't help, because I guess it's in the container while the runner is running. Okay, so that means we would have to manage the cache. Where was it? Caching. We'd have to manage it from the job. Can I disable it for all the jobs? There's something else here. General pipelines. Oh, Git strategy. Let's try this. I've set the Git strategy on the CI/CD settings to be git clone. It was git fetch. Maybe that's the problem. Oh wait, my runner is not working right now. Okay, initialize the empty Git repository now. And now it works. I don't know. Because that was the way to work around this stupid bug. I feel so dead inside right now. Okay, let's try to rebuild the other two tasks, jobs. Come on, what's going on? Is it running? It's very slow. Well, the liquid-based task did work. And this one also did work. Okay, good. I guess that's the workaround. What was it? I have no idea. Let's try that again. So let's modify Boulder toolkit again. Do a commit. Test change to push. So stupid. Now I forward that to Boulder. And we forward that to Ymirheim server. I did absolutely nothing today. This is so depressing. But okay, let's see. Will that work? Test change to it's running. I guess it's gonna be a little bit slower now every time, just because it's cloning the repository. But I guess it is what it is. It just doesn't work the other way. I think I know what's going on. Because it reuses the old repository. The old repository did contain the old CI token, I guess. And when we try to initialize it, reinitialize it, maybe it tries to reuse the old one before applying the new one. I don't know. And I don't care anymore. I found a workaround. It actually works now. Now I need to get rid of this test crap. And we're back to where we started today. So step it back. Okay. Reset. Hard reset. We don't need that. Yeah, now I need to enable force push again. The same for Balder. We reset. I should have done it the other way around, but it's okay. Reset, hard. Push, force push. And finally, Ymirheim. Okay, so this was the first time GitLab gave me problems since, I don't know, 10 years ago? 6 years ago? No, it was working perfectly since the very beginning, but I did have some problems at the very beginning. And I think I started using it in 2015, probably. So yeah, 10 years ago. There is some kind of bug, and I probably should report it, but to do that, I would need to actually create a test case and reproduce this. I just don't want to do this right now. Maybe I will do that later. But yeah, this is definitely some kind of GitLab bug involved with caching of the repository and the CI tokens. It was working perfectly on the previous version of GitLab. But yeah, now it's broken. But okay, at least I found a workaround. It took me the whole evening, unfortunately. No. So, where we were. Guess we will continue next time, tomorrow. Because I haven't done anything to debug this problem with duplicating connections. It's not a big deal, but it's a little bit dangerous. Like, if it grows out of control, we could end up with hundreds of connections, or maybe thousands, which could theoretically affect the performance. Should be fixed really easily with just a redeployment. But yeah, that's something that I want to figure out. Unfortunately, I spent the whole day today figuring out some weird bug in GitLab instead of actually doing something useful, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. It's okay. It's sad, but it's okay. So let's see. I'm gonna call it a day. We will continue with debugging the connections tomorrow, I guess. I don't know. Let's create plane shift. Right. So yeah, to summarize, today was a complete waste of time. Just because of some weird GitLab bug that I was trying to figure out as my problem, not their problem, but okay. At least we figured it out. We found a workaround, which is fine. Sure. But yeah, we will continue with the connections tomorrow. I have no idea what's going on there. I need some more debugging output in the console to figure it out. So we will start with that tomorrow. Hopefully we can finish that, because again, another kind of magic running there. I have no idea why this happens. So okay, hope to see you next time. Thank you everyone for watching, and bye bye.